what we got? Will it go online again today? Did we mess something up? Let's see. We are online. Hey, multi-streamer setup. Okay. So, what's good? I'm gonna put on some tunes real quick. I'm just gonna put some random music on just because I want music. How is there fucking fly all of a sudden? Literally was no flies. Then all of a sudden I sat down and set it up and there's a fly. Are you conspiring against me, Mr. Fly? I'm sorry, but this is gonna be the end of the road for you, Jack. Got him. Sorry, Mr. Fly. Alrighty. I've been playing this one. I'm gonna set up my chat real quick. Go to auto. Activate. Minimize. That's loud. There we go. Alright, that works. This is this. I need that. And we're gonna go right here. Do one of these. Come on. The feck. Why you stop working all of a sudden, dude? Alright, there it is. That's why. Wrong one. Alrighty. Now we back. Alright. Devlog. So today we're continuing. I had problems getting back into the swing of things. I still haven't all the way. But we're getting back into it. I had it like getting fucking injured a little while back. Fucked up my whole swing of things, so it's kind of annoying. But we're getting there. I'm honestly not too worried. I still think I'm going to use all my tokens this week anyway, so it's like, it's just a matter of pretty much like, here, hold on a second. There we go. So I'm not too worried about like, I'm going to turn down that music. It's a little loud now. There we go. All right. Yeah. So I'm not too worried about like, not using my tokens this week. I think I definitely will be able to still. I still have a lot of stuff to build and a lot of things to get started on. I think this week we're going to finish up Multiuser. I'm going to test it out by the end of the week. Starting next week we'll be starting that out. Just testing it, building it, getting it sent out, you know, all that sort of stuff. I have to redo my application token so it's published so it doesn't expire. And then I need to actually literally rebuild my image, then reinitialize, do everything over again just to make sure that the token actually does do its thing, which is great. I mean, that also technically points towards the fact that I need to make it. I need to make it so you can like unsync an email and sync a new email if you want, without needing to reinitialize. Technically, I need to do that. That's a to-do thing. I need to actually make that happen. That's going to be a thing I have to make a little markdown file for the next step of stuff, like basically future features that I need to build out for. So that's going to be a big one. ish. But yeah, the next week I want to spend. Should I button that up with that? I should. To be honest, it's not a whole lot more work. It's literally just deleting a token and then making the OAuth button appear again and having it basically launch the same sequence of stuff. It's the same button, it's the same shit, it's the same page technically, it's the same frame. So it's probably not going to be a whole lot work, but it is an important feature I need to build out for. It's definitely like a user gap that needs to exist. That's getting a little closer to becoming like an actual product that people can use instead of it being like my little dev project, you know? So that's really exciting. I'm really excited about that for the next couple of weeks. It's gonna be cool. I'm trying to think of what else. Yeah, so pretty much this week it's going to be buttoning up the multi-user stuff. I'm going to be starting up on the claim tool, so then that way you can claim the multi-user, you can claim your token, and then having it so you can email it out, all that sort of stuff. So that's important. Basically we're handling everything up through emailing out the token, and then after that we're going to build out the claimer, basically the ability to claim the token. I just realized I don't have a second Mac machine that I can use for that. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. Alrighty. So yeah, I'm gonna get to this. Let's get going. I'm gonna hop right in. New camera, by the way. Yeah, if you've been following the stream, not new camera, but new setup. I just got messaged by my friend. Oh shit. Dude, that is crazy. That is legitimately crazy. I did not even see that one coming. Technically, I mean, it's kind of like how like people that would rent Bitcoin miners and stuff like that. Holy shit, dude. That's nuts. I didn't see that one coming. Nvidia just announced a mesh network. All right, so let's see where we stand with the questions for the new feature build that was just built out last week. Well, at the end of this week. Oh no, it was actually done by Sunday, so. Multi-user. I believe you have things to run by me, and then we have to once we go through those, the walking the loop ledger, you have questions for me, and then basically they need to be replanned. I think I already answered the questions for the last 3 tickets that are set, but if not, let's leave those for the end. Let's start with walking the stuff that was actually built out. Oh, fuck. Start of day, 1:04 p.m. Fuck. It's embarrassing. You see, I would like to place my thing like, I would like to place my stuff like in that corner over there, but I need to be facing that way for it to make sense, and it is what it is. I guess you just can't see this part right here, but hey, that's fine. Good job. That's a lot of fucking sound, dude. It's like the... Alright, let's see what you got. I thought I turned off nightly lint and re-ingest. How did that trigger? Yeah, because that would have also taken the rest of my tokens. I was at 3% tokens. Well, I don't want it running for now, but I want the file to exist in case I want to turn it back on. You see, that's what I thought happened. Is there any reason why? Because that I got the same exact thing last time, and it said that it was done, but I guess it wasn't turned off. They said that I would need to manually turn it back on to actually turn it back on. Oh, it only lasts until reboot. So when you reboot the computer, it basically causes it so it to basically restart. All right, so there was no nightly runs for 4 days, and then all of a sudden there was a reboot. Okay, that makes sense. Good there for now. I have to untangle that one of these days. That's going to be a whole other thing. Anyway, let's look at the other stuff. 68 and 69. So 68 and 69. What's up with those? What are they duplicate, or are they for the jobs for the tickets that are left over? They might be the planner one and then the actual code writer for 68 and 69. Let's delete those jobs as just not done yet, because we still have to go through the questions. Would it make sense to delete them? Because there's going to be other tickets that we need to go through for that one. I think there's 5 now, apparently, instead of just like the 3. Or should we update that once we do the questionnaire for the new feature? Yeah. That's what I figured. I know I definitely have a fuck ton of more shit to do. I think 66 is done. Also, wasn't 66 done already? I mean, that was the we walked the fucking workflow loop ledger after the planner launched, like after it finished its job. So I don't understand why 66 is still coming up. Yeah, so that's already done. So now the one we're current. Yeah, so that's already done. So the one we're currently on is the code writer one that launched. I think it's 67. Perfect. Run the workflow. Do the sweep, yep. Alright, this is going to be launching for a split second. I forgot this actually does take a little bit. Share with me the jambalaya living in your soul. He told me. Wow. That was like right on the money. Sorry, lovely. Did I wake you, child? Oh my goodness, I love you, my little baby. Oh, I left the thing on. You probably heard me singing that song. The love you seek is in the valley of your soul. Is in the wisdom. I just realized that's actually what the sound was. It's not even my fan. I was like, that's really loud for my fan. Oh god, so it's almost done. Is it done? We're at 77%? Good enough. Nah, we'll let it finish. We're here. We're not... Alright, yeah, I was doing some laundry. We back. That was pretty awesome.
Miserable I know is Damien Young.
I want to hit that dude up so bad, dude. That's nice. How is it that you can... Do you need that NVIDIA motherboard for daisy chaining GPUs, or can you daisy chain them via software? God damn. You just need a motherboard. You actually need fucking 16 PCIe slots on the motherboard. Fuck. Can you get a motherboard that just holds the GPUs and then interface that with the CPU motherboard? That makes sense. You can do that. That's a really nice amount. I wish I had 42 gigabytes of fucking NVIDIA motherboard, NVIDIA fucking GPUs. Alright. Wait, you're talking about, wait, this is basically, so they have to be user ID 1000 to actually add a new person, or, I mean, like a new user, or is it just specifically in relation to deleting, or both? Because what I thought we landed on was that there can be admin users that are triggered as admin users. It's currently decided, there's a column inside of the database for the users table that says if they are an admin or not, I believe. We can build on that later, though, to be honest. As long as it's there, it's there. Okay. So essentially, only user ID 1000 has access to add or remove users. Honestly, that's okay. Honestly, that's okay for now. It was supposed to be that it's fine for now, but it was supposed to be that only user ID 1000 can delete their own stuff. And then the admins can do everybody else besides user ID 1000's stuff. Does that make sense? Let's make a markdown for a future feature for inside of Multiuser 2.0. And then let's add that in there. Would that make sense? What do you think? Answer my question before doing it, and then if we go yes, then we'll continue. Oh, okay. Exactly. The shape is exactly correct. The shape is exactly correct. And here's what we'll do. And yeah, put it into multi-user gaps. Totally makes sense. Technically, yes. I think an admin should be able to create another admin because it's only at the same level of admin. So it's like not the biggest deal. We are talking about a maximum of 10 users, you know, like, I mean, it's 5 right now, eventually it's gonna be 10, but like, it's not like a huge amount of people to be managing, so I don't think it's like a huge deal. Actually, no. Only user ID 1000. I'm just thinking in relation to like for the admin question. For question 2, an admin cannot delete a device owned by user ID 1000. That's the whole thing. Only user ID 1000 can delete stuff that is owned by user ID 1000. In relation to what a demoted admin loses, I guess if you can create an admin, you can remove the admin. But honestly, it's like the admin mostly is in relation to user creation. Then there's a separate side of folder access, and they can have like quote unquote admin folder access, or they can have a limited folder access. That's currently covered in that and in here, but honestly, it should be an option within the user administration window, to be honest. That's not something we have built out yet. That's actually a pretty big gap too. That's another thing that needs to get built out. Question 4. Non-owners can't even open the tab. Or they can open the tab, but everything's grayed out. It's the same exact function, ultimately. It's just where it's applied to. I think just not even being able to open the tab would be great. Then one last thing, another gap, random gap that I thought of is, this is technically a different markdown file, but meanwhile we're doing markdown file stuff. I think this is a new feature that should get a new folder for it. Email, there needs to be a tab or a button in settings, like maybe a button where you can launch essentially you can trigger to delete the MSMTP. This is also for user ID. I guess this would go into multi-user gap because technically it falls under the same exact kind of function. This is only user ID 1000 capability, which is basically to be able to remove the MSMTP token and then the email and all, like, basically reset it to 0 and then be able to trigger the window to pop up again, so then they can do OAuth for a new email. And to do that, basically, it would just call in the window. There's like a logic thread that already has all of the function built out. It would just call that particular step. I believe it's step 4 in the initialization process. But yeah, so basically, you would just call that in, like call in that specific step within the logic thread for initialization, and then that window as well for like I guess it would just call the window, which would call I guess like the state of the wizard, because there's a built out window already for that, but it technically is in relation to like this whole other thing, so it might need to be rebuilt on a UI level. But if we can salvage any of that, that'd be ideal. The goal there would basically be, yeah, to call that, at the very least, the logic thread step, and then have it be a button where you can press the button and it would trigger the next the OAuth link, and then that would trigger the auto refill, the verification email, all that stuff. Like that, the entirety of that process. So then I think it would be good. There would also need to be a different message. The message can remain the same, actually, for that too. We're at 100% battery. Nice. I'm starting to get a tan. Finally. Good God, I've been in Costa Rica for like 2 years and I don't even have a tan. Alright, I gotta pee so bad. Be right back.
never meant to get fooled. I'm never meant to get fooled. I'm never meant to get fooled.
My parents are back home. Alrighty, let's get back to this. Ah, yeah, so it's step 3 and 4. I'm not sure if you misunderstood me, but when I was talking about a folder, I was talking about a new feature folder. Well, that's the thing. I changed my mind midway through, didn't I? Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Let's put that in multi-user gaps. Yeah, that's fine. Where's multi-user gaps? Oh, we have a ways to go with this. I totally forgot about this. Also, your read on the actual steps for the MSMTP stuff is correct. Do you have any other questions regarding the email stuff, or do you still have more questions regarding regarding these gaps? So what's the question for 690 again? It's okay for now. It's okay for now to leave that, because that is going to be the case once the feature is buttoned up. For now, this is like, I guess, like presetting work for what the future will be. So as if the question if the wizard says this lets them delete and add accounts even though it's not currently true on the user administrator settings page, it's totally okay. Because it's going to be true once we update that. And that gap is currently covered in the gaps that we created. There's no need to update that because it's literally going to be true once it is done. And it's not a live application, so it's fine. A. A. And yes, 690 is done. Officially. Accept completed.
Miss Poopies.
Hello, Dollface. You're so cozy in your little box. I fucking love you, baby girl. Too many words, and it doesn't really actually tell me what was the goal, and very briefly, the user manager tab should not be talking to the server. User manager tab should not be talking to the server. It should be going to what would it need to talk to the server for? It should just be talking to the dock. Exactly. So once again, briefly explain it one more time. What's the goal? So this didn't actually build, they didn't build anything, it didn't do anything? What was built from this ticket? Why would it make a ticket that only holds a rule? That makes no sense. That's what the context is for. That's what the actual, like, you're supposed to add the rule to the fucking, it shouldn't be doing that. Just making a ticket for literally nothing? No code came out of that? Tickets are only code bearing. Like, it's supposed to result in code every single time there's a ticket. It's the steps of the processes. Can we make sure that it does this in the ingester workflow? Let's do that with a separate model though, like a Fable model. Actually, one quick thing. Does it refer to it modularly? Like in the sense where it's like, this is a rule. But you see, it's like, why isn't this rule baked into the ticket that is actually doing this? That's my question. Why make a whole separate ticket just to hold a rule? Then what was the fucking point in that? The rule should be applied to the ticket that it's relevant to. It should not be applying it to a ticket and then not even referring to it. What's even the point in that? You just have a shape. It just holds a shape. The shape is relevant to the code that's being written for it. Why would that even exist? Wait, so there was consumers? Wait a second. You just told me that there wasn't any consumers. That's what I was asking, if it was used modularly, if it was called anywhere. Hold on, stop the Fable model. Dude, what the fuck? You... Too many fucking words. Alright, wait a minute. So make sure that it actually finished with the Fable model, that it actually finished the ingester edit then. Another question. Is there a ticket that actually built this shape for the API? And did it have that context? There was still another TPM feature that needed to get built. I know that for a fact. Like for the server API, for the proxy server API, server proxy API, whatever. Just double checking. That got built in here, right? In the tickets, just overview. I think it needed to add new APIs, functions for head scale. I think there was something like that that needed to get built out. I think it was delete, maybe. Was the delete node function already made for the API? I think it might have been already. So there was other ones. Perfect. All right, cool. 662 is good to go. Let's move on. Are there any others like this that's just like holding rules that did not even get called anywhere? Yeah, the ingester workflow is done, then that's why I had you verify that it's finished. So yeah, we're keeping that. And then let's close the other 662 and 677 as well. And then let's move on with the questions. Add a users table to the watchdog database. Yes, 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 yes. awesome. What do you mean no primary key? What is this in relation to? Oh. Ah. Here's a gap. Fuck. All right, well, yes, I agree it should be primary key, but here's a gap. What if a user Nah, actually nah. Yeah, let's do that. Because I was going to say, what if there's two users per one email, and that should never be the case. One user, one email, keep it simple. And then if the email that's being typed in, that's another gap, is an email that already exists within the user database, then you have to say this email has already has an account tied to it. And then also check if it has been actually claimed or not. Because what if they're trying to send it again, then they'd be like, has it been claimed? If it goes, it hasn't been claimed yet, then they would need to say, would you like to resend the user creation token, essentially? So yeah, then that would also justify the primary key in the email column. So 695 is the thing that we haven't answered the question for that yet. That's one of the unanswered questions. We're not addressing that right now. But I guess this is relevant to that question. So yeah, B for item 3. Should we address 695 right now, meanwhile this is fresh? What's the file devices... What's file the devices blob update bug? Also, let's answer that, and I think that would answer the rest of item 3, and then let's do 695. Yeah, exactly. Alright, multiple choice. Recommended. Summarize, please, please, not so many words. The row has no email. There, as a result of how we answered this previous question, I'm just gonna answer it, fuck it. I think it's 662. 663. 663. There will never be a row with no email. Does it still have an open question? What is the goal of 695? Summarized. What do you mean? If there's an email that has not been claimed and it has a claimed pre-authorization key, then it can keep sending. I don't understand. Where is it getting stuck? Wait. All right. We have to correlate it with if it's been claimed or not. And then we check the pre-authorization key. Has the pre-authorization key been claimed? So if it has been claimed, it doesn't mint another one to send it. You get what I'm saying? So basically, it has to do the maintenance of it. So it's like of the actual there's like basically like a maintenance step to prep the package, and then it launches it. So the prep is basically, has it been claimed? Yes or no? I think that's already part of the logic. Second part, the pre-authorization key, has it been claimed? Yes or no? And that's also already a thing that exists. That's a proxy API function that exists for the server for the head scale stuff. That should be a thing. Verify that, please. Then after that, it goes, if that's true, then it only sends a new API key because it hasn't been claimed yet. Like for a user creation token. But if it has been claimed, has not been claimed, right? And then it also has a pre-authorization key for head scale that has not, for tail scale, sorry, that has not been claimed. Then it sends both again. I don't understand where it's getting stuck. Is there still a point where it's getting stuck in the logic? What's reconcile row? Oh, that's a different function. The function doesn't exist yet. That's what you're saying. But yeah, it hasn't been built. But I'm asking if the logic is stuck. Once 694 is built, then this doesn't get stopped, obviously, because the logic, the fucking function that it needs would have been built. And it's already part of the plan. It already has a ticket to actually build the function, so I don't understand why you're asking me this anymore. And then what's question 5? If pre-auth key state skips any key with no ID, all keys have IDs. That's how head scale and tail scale work. Please verify. But I'm like 99.9999999% sure it does. Because I know, because I have my fucking, like, I had to delete a bunch of them earlier, earlier in the year. I know that for a fact. Is that like a gap that you built, like a theoretical gap? Or is that actually founded on anything? Or am I misunderstanding the question? I want to light some incense. Oh right, I have my other lighters that actually function. Hold on a second. I can throw out this other clipper later. I'm sorry, Lee. I'm sorry I woke you up, baby girl. I was wondering where these were. I don't want to use up my... I'll use up my rosewood later. This thing's nice. It also is refillable, actually. That's fucking great. And it's an electric launch. I've had this lighter for almost 2 years now. Yeah, do one TPM sign pre-auth keys call. Verify. And if you verify and we're good, then we can keep going. Oh wait, you're saying item 37 ran a live head skill check to verify what we're currently checking and it came out and it passed? Just do it one more time. Just I think it's a cheap kind of check. Chat. Yep, please. All right, this is gonna take a second. Alrighty. Let's continue. Yeah. When you say 30 duplicated life cycle lines, what do you mean? Like they don't get deleted? I thought they have a lifespan of 24 hours. Oh wait. Do you mean it was because it was made? Wait, duplicated? Oh! I guess it needed to basically rebuild part of the logic for the other life cycle function. Oh, how's it going? Hi. My bad. Hello, how are you? Happy Friday to you as well. And I'm happy to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome. Anytime, anytime. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. You're super sweet. I'm working on this project right now. It's a huge passion project of mine. I put in a couple thousand hours into it. Oh, that's what's up. What kind of stuff do you make? What kind of digital creation do you do? That's what's up. It takes a lot of time and passion and to build things. That's very, very cool. How long have you been doing that for?
safe at Donald?
What's good, Zoe? Oh, that's really cool. Counter-Strike is a classic, yo. That's what's up. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Without a doubt. Without a doubt at all, yeah. How long have you been playing that game for? I didn't even realize it was actually still up and running. I thought everybody swapped over to Call of Duty and stuff like that nowadays. It's awesome that you're still in it. Good God, that's a minute, yo! That's awesome. Yeah! I have it turned on automatically. I turn it off whenever I'm waiting for things to finish processing and stuff like that. This is my little setup, my little space. I love it so very much. I normally have a face cam in front of me, but it's not working right now. I have to get a bunch of stuff to fix it. It's totally worth it. You should do it up. Oh, that's cool. It takes some time, but it's totally worth it. I mean, you know, you build up that rig a little bit at a time. You know, it's like you can eventually get it too, and like you can also use like even just like laptop cameras and stuff like that, like the laptop camera, and there's a bunch of other workarounds. Also like GoPros, like you get old GoPros. Those are actually great for streaming without a doubt. I have one, I use it for this angle here. But yeah. A little bit at a time. If you also have like a spare PC, like anything that's like old school, like let me just put it this way. So like my setup, I have this thing called, it's like an ATEM Mini Pro ISO. So it's like for streaming and like a video encoder. But then what I do is I actually send it to like this like old school, like I have a like it's like a 2013 iMac. I just put Linux on it. And I made a server. Oh yeah, this thing bugs out. Here we go. I made a server and stuff for it, and basically it's like a video server. It receives it and then it sends my stream out to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, and so I don't have to pay for those other services. But it can handle it like really well. Like you don't really need like a crazy machine to do that. You could just like what I would do is like recommend doing is just like setting up a separate, like even like an old school laptop, like anything that you have just lying around, that you haven't used in a little bit. It's totally like it could work really well. Yeah, I definitely am. It's a lot of fun. Just what I'm trying to build is actually like some software for streamers. Actually, I'm trying to build this whole like ecosystem for creators. It's that's kind of like what I'm working on right now. I would show you, but I can't really make my camera. Actually, no, actually, it doesn't really reach it. It's down there. Let's see. Can you see that? Yeah, that right there. Like on that table there. That's what I'm working on. It's a little yeah. It's a little Raspberry Pi, but I'm setting up like this that whole thing for it. And yeah, it's kind of like OBS. I mean, well, it's something different. Well, the streaming thing that I built recently is just because I was using Restream for a hot minute, and it kept breaking on me, and I appreciate that. And yeah, so I was like, Restream kept breaking for me. So then I was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm just gonna see if I can do it with my computer, and it worked, which is awesome. Because I like sending stuff to multiple streams, because you never know who's gonna like chat and stuff, and it's nice to have different areas where you can reach people, which is a lot of fun. And yeah, like the kind of software I'm working on, well, like the whole Raspberry Pi thing that I'm working on is basically like a NAS drive. So it's like a storage device, kind of like Google, like imagine like Google Cloud or Google Drive, right? Except it's like it's, you don't have to pay monthly for it, so it's just basically something like that. There's a lot of NAS drives that work like that. I appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, yo, it's like basically it's like Google Drive, except you don't need to pay for it ever. And so it's like I used to pay like, it was like $40 a month for just like 4 terabytes of storage. And you know, it's like I was telling my buddy, I'm like, on one of these drives, like this drive right here, I got like 2 terabytes, cost me like $50. And it's like you could just buy a couple of these drives and then you never have to pay for it again. So then it's like you can store like all your content, all the stuff, you can access it anywhere. Exactly. And then basically what I want to do is make it so you can, like, you know how there's clippers and stuff like that nowadays? It's like instead of instead of having like you basically just replaying your streams over and over and having clippers be like waiting for the point where you can actually like clip things, it's like you can actually set up a library. And then I was going to use AI to basically, so like somebody could be like, they know something happened at a certain point within a stream, and they could just like look up that point, and then it would just like just basically get them right to that part, and then they could clip that, and then they could send it out like that. Or for any editors, like any content creators that work with editors or like collaborators and stuff like that, specifically for like content creation. And then a bigger picture, I want to make my own like social media platform built around this in the future, like further down the road. It's a little ways away. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's a lot of work. I'm like, I used to be afraid of that kind of stuff, but like, to be honest, it's so much work. And it's like, it's even like I'm working with an LLM to build this out. And like, I had to teach myself how to write code. I had to teach myself about data systems. I had to teach myself a lot of stuff. And then on top of that, I've already put in like well over like, what is like 1,500 hours into this project just over the last year and 2 months. So it's like you need a lot of time, or you need to be really good at like at working with LLMs and stuff like that to actually just be able to take it and just start. It's there's a lot more to it than like just being like the idea is just a little seed, you know? The time that you put into the idea is what actually makes it special and into something real. So never be afraid to share your ideas, and never be afraid to be open and expressive, because it's like you might be able to find someone who's interested in the stuff that you're doing, or like good opportunities. And there's like so much out there that you can be denying yourself by not sharing and being open. So it's like that scarcity mindset is really limiting, you know? So that's why I've like, especially over this last year, I've been like really putting myself out there and just like openly talking about it more, instead of just being like so like secretive and like, you know, it takes a lot of work to build stuff. And you like, if somebody copies it and does all the work, then they deserve it. I mean, dude, like they put in work. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like an idea is not worth anything. The thing that makes it worth it is the work, I would say. And that's why I have a lot of confidence in this. Yeah, yo. I mean, to be honest, when it comes to like when it comes to AI and art, it's like if you're using it for like just like you know how people like you work in you work in graphic design. So it's like, you know, you'd be looking up like on Google Images like different ideas or perspectives or things that kind of feed you and like how you create, and then you like put out something. I feel like on that level it's valid, where it's like kind of like random stuff. It's like, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, I like that, I like that, I like that, I don't like that. And then you do your own thing from that. I think that's valid. But when it comes to like building stuff, yeah, you can't. Especially, you're right, especially vectorized work, it does not do that right now at all. So it's like, that's actually very, very true. Everything is always a PNG or a JPEG or something like that. My background is in a lot of multimedia art, so I definitely can relate to that. And that's the other thing that I'm gonna do with this, actually, is like I'm trying to create verifiable, like legally verifiable human-made art through documentation of your creation process. And that's kind of like what I'm doing right now. Every single day that I work on this, I'm always recording myself. So like in one of these hard drives, I have like, I'm not even kidding you, close to like in 2 terabytes I put in, also with my compression systems and stuff like that, I was able to store like 9 months worth of video. So it's like, you know, you can store a lot of stuff. Nowadays I don't record as much unless I'm actually building out more things like that. It's like more like I need to document it. But yeah, yo, it's a lot of work. And yeah, verification of AI, of human made art is really important to me as well. And I think there's like a lot of stuff down the road for like people being able to like monetize their time. And I think that the creator economy is going to have a really big impact on the future job market that's going to exist. I think it's we're a lot closer to it than we realize, and that's what I'm building a lot of the foundation for. And that's why I'm taking the time to do this. What's your favorite thing you've ever drawn, or like what kind of style do you like to make stuff in? Oh. I don't expect there to be more of these, but the one thing is, for the sake of cleanliness, I would like it. And also, you never know if there are going to be more of these. I don't think so, though. I think this is pretty much going to be it for like the API key life cycles that could possibly exist. My mama just sent me a voice note. Hold on, 2 secs. There we go. Yeah, my mama just sent me a message real quick. They're good peeps. My parents. But yeah, what kind of stuff do you like to make? Like, in terms of like styles and stuff like that. I was just reading that. Alright, we're moving on to the next question. I have 41 questions to answer, and in 5 minutes, 2 hours, I've only answered 5. Lordy. No, we gotta hurry up. We gotta do more. Let's see. Scope gate actions dispatch passed. Alright, one scope gate at the door. Call looks up actions.get. Get action exactly once, repo wide. Put the setup keys scope test above that. So an out of scope action is refused before dispatch. What? Dispatch for what? I mean, like the dispatch tool, or the... This should only be for multi-user. Why did you have to build a actions.get? Why isn't it using it like the same actions functions for the API that like the same functions for the API access that it uses for all of the browser verbs. I think it just built something that I already had, which is a pain in the butt, dude. Okay, it does use the same registry. Alright, so wait a minute. So why wasn't this flag this defect that was flagged fixed during the process? Why did it just like let it be? Is this for the same? This is for the API key creation and usage, correct? Why it wasn't fixed? It belonged to nobody's contract. That's what's up. So you like anime and stuff. That's awesome. What's your favorite anime? That's awesome. Oh, hell yeah! That's what's up. That's one of the best ones. How long you been watching that one for? Anytime. That's awesome. It really got a huge boom recently in the last 2 or 3 years. That's same here. I've been watching it for like 2 years now. I've watched it twice already. I watched every episode twice already. It's so good. I just put it on in the background whenever I'm doing anything, and it's like one of the best ones. What is your favorite? What's your favorite arc? Set up a Fable model. Well, no. Let's make a new ticket for that. Yeah, let's go! And Luffy's awesome. Yeah, that's a great character. But what about like your favorite arc? Like, what's your favorite season? Let's actually add it with all the details that you could possibly add it about it to the new users gap markdown file, please. So basically the gap is that it still exists for 5 minutes after it's claimed, and basically this would kill the API token after it's claimed, correct? No, 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 no. No, no. There's another ticket that takes care of this. Before it sends a new one, it deletes the old ones. Well, then, or the actual. Are you talking about that it still exists 5 minutes after it after it passes the deadline? Is that what you're saying? Hold on. It would be awesome, except I'm trying to keep it kind of like blank right now. It's one of those things where like I really want to do it. When I do it, I want to do it right for my company. So you're saying that after it hits the deadline, it still sits there for 5 minutes afterwards? Like it still can be used up for up to 5 minutes after the deadline. But doesn't the automated service that basically checks Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're super sweet. Deletes. So the lifespan doesn't immediately remove the old API key. It still exists or can be used for up to 5 minutes afterwards, and that's the gap? I see. Oh, what happened? Is this it? No, it's off. Oh no, that's the auto. Which one? What were you... I mean... I don't really know why it would have gotten auto-modded. That's weird. Oh, I appreciate that. Alright, then we should add that to the... Oh, I'm not really looking to do that right now. I appreciate you for offering though, but I just I'm trying to really um not really looking to do that kind of stuff right now. But I appreciate you for offering. I don't think the janitor should be sweeping every 300 seconds. I think it should be on trigger as well. Can we expand that? What's the point of having it every 5 minutes? I don't like anything that just happens once every 5 minutes. Is the purpose of the janitor specifically based around this particular life cycle mechanic, or did it exist beforehand? I think this is a new one. If it's a new one and it's only built around this new life cycle mechanic, then we need to make it be triggered on the trigger, not every 5 minutes, unless there's any other purpose for that. Oh wait, I think it did have a functionality beforehand, but that's only, yeah, I remember now. This is in the case, this was used originally for if the application ever crashed and wasn't able to delete the, this is a fallback feature. So this should still be a fallback for the actual deletion. It should not depend on the janitor for deletion. Does that make sense? Oh, I hope you have a lovely night. Thank you very much. Have a good one. And I appreciate you for reaching out. Thank you. Expiry. I see. So that's what the gap should solve for. Not, it shouldn't touch the janitor. The janitor is the fallback. It's the safety. The load-bearing function for expired keys should have its own deletion, and they should just be using the same exact delete function, to be honest. It should just be the same exact one. The same delete function across the board for each one of them. They should only be one delete function, and it just gets called in every single use case for used, explicit, expired, or for close of the application. It can use the same exact one. Yeah, the One Piece is real! That's what's up. I hope you have a good one. You're lovely too. I appreciate you. See ya! Oh yeah, I should have showed you this. Oh wait, I'm not sure if you can see that actually. Let's see. There it is. That is my Luffy. Awesome. Alright, it's gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. I'm gonna grab some food real quick to... quick check about 707. Did it put it inside of the tickets for this feature? Like there's the ticket markdown file, but it's specifically for this feature. And then the open question. There should be. You're talking about for the close. You're talking about error handling for the close for slash close. Does it not? I guess it doesn't. This is for when the application closes. It doesn't currently have error solving for that. That's what you're saying. I mean, there wouldn't be an instance where it wouldn't have an API key because otherwise that means it didn't even connect. Does that answer the question? Then the other two decisions, BT 707. I was thinking about just adding it to, instead of making new tickets, I thought this was just going to be added to the gap markdown file. What's the setup live swap? Can you expand on that a little bit briefly, please? Thank you. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, we back. Alrighty. Oh. Yeah, this is post-feature cleanup, but honestly, it's still part of the feature, right? So it's like I still need to run the rest of the tickets that have to get done. So regardless, I mean, there's still leftover tickets here, so I might as well just add to it. That's why I was thinking. So basically what you're telling me for number 2 is the main difference between the other ones is it returns whether it actually deleted something or didn't. I think that it's worth still putting them both together because it still is it would cover the same ground, even though it's like the error handling for that, well, if existing, like that if statement, I think it's not load bearing in the sense that if it errors out, well, just because it's not possible for it to have that error, it still doesn't break the function to use it there as well. That's what I'm getting at. Number 3, I mean, if it's already a ticket, it's already a ticket. If we place it where I wanted to place it, I think we can get it done there because it's still part of the feature, isn't it? Number 4, the setup live swap briefly. Oh, that food was good, dude. All right. All right, doc API inside call. Setup entry key. Is this in relation to, for number 5, I mean, number. Blending both of the expirations together. What's the goal of that? I'm sorry, you're just kind of giving me. I need a little bit more context. Briefly, short, please, please. All right. Yes. What's you didn't expand on question 4 though. Ah. So the two lines, setup entry and setup live, setup entry and setup live. Honestly, I think that can be cleaned up in a way where both of them are merged into a single function as well. Oh. Yeah. Does this coordinate with 707? Oh, there it is. Yeah. The function keeps either or. I think they can both of those variables can be merged into one for whatever is what it's being called. You know what I mean? For like whatever key is being used. Does that make sense? So that's adding it into 707. Is that in the gap markdown file by any chance? Does this fall within that? Like any of the stuff that we added to the gap markdown? Perfect. Does it make sense to add gap 5 to ticket 707? Let's do that up. Perfect. Good to go. Just make sure that it no longer, if gap 5 is now in 707, let's make sure it no longer exists in the gap document, markdown document. Please and thank you. And did you correct the order? So basically now it's like, I guess it was going up to 8 beforehand, but now it's 5, 6, 7. If that's the case, then that's correct. Solid. Awesome job. Let's keep going. No way. Four more years of One Piece? Oh, fuck, dude. I thought I was on the last 2. God damn, they're gonna make everybody be at least like a half decade on it. God damn, at least that wasn't 30 years, dude. That's nuts. I mean, it's a great show. Don't get me fucking wrong. But 4 more years means that the other series is gonna catch up. Based on the pacing of the new One Piece remake, how long will it take it to catch up to the current seasons? 10 to 15 years? Oh, get the fuck out of here. I hope I live to see that. Damn, dude. That's like starting to get to those kinds of ages. Oh. Beautiful. Setup keys expire on an absolute deadline. All right. So, question. So it had to rebuild the smoke test because it couldn't test the local dictionary. Why couldn't it reach it? Oh my. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Can you give me the bash command for that, please? You give me the bash command for that, please? What's the pip? With like pip freeze? Minus R. Is that what it does? Solid, be good to go. All right, so solid, we're good to go. Okay, so the current question, the current item. Let's go back to that. We need to update those smoke tests to basically use the actual. I mean, do they come to the same conclusion essentially? Do they both test for the same result in just different approaches? So, do we actually need to rebuild the smoke test, or is this good? All right, good to go. Next one item, please. Technically, we got 10 down so far in relation to the other ones that we've knocked out of the park here. It's another 4. All right. Wait, can you expand on, just briefly summarize the cross item bug? What broke? Just explain what broke. Don't explain the smoke test. So was it actually a bug, or are you talking about the actual test was built wrong? Or is that a false positive that we're potentially looking at right now? Have a Fable model double check the work. Bottom line, please. God damn, dude. That the thing that you're saying worth fixing doesn't it, so it's a different bug within the tickets? I mean, the smoke test? Have the Fable model fix it, and then have it launch a Haiku model to run it and return the results. Alrighty. All right, now, all right, update the ticket that we updated the test, and then we're good to go.
Hola, dos noticias. Una primera.
Thanks for checking. I've been taking breaks, so we're good to go. Keep going. Also, double checking. 706, was that added to the feature tickets, or is it added to the general one? Okay. Okay. So the first thing that's flagged is basically there's dead code and you're letting me know that it didn't use it. What exactly is item 15's hunk ownership? Can you briefly explain that, please? Thank you.
Real quick, and I gotta go into work. That flyer, the Johnny Love flyer, that's Johnny.
Alrighty. 15 needs to know, am I the owner? So owner username is not actually in here. I mean, there's not. It's not actually using owner username as a variable. It shouldn't be using owner user as a variable. It should just be user ID 1000. That's what the whole point of having user ID 1000 is. It shouldn't be checking am I the owner necessarily as much as just being like am I user ID 1000. That's the whole point of that. That's like the whole function of that. So instead, I think it should just literally have a call, like an API call, am I user ID 1000. That's the function instead, because if it's just a JSON file, then it's something that someone could just edit. You know what I mean? Like that makes no sense. It has to go to the doc. The doc is the source of truth. I think having a dedicated action makes sense, because then it's a preset function that doesn't need to get made on the app side. Is WD users the database for user, the user database? I think the A is cleaner. What if we did this actually? What if we had used WD users as like step one of the check, and then the double check would be user ID 1000 thing? Or the other way around, user ID 1000, if it passes that, then it checks the database. Because even then the database is hackable. It's like that's you would need like crazy pseudo access to be able to like to right. So basically, MI user ID 1000. Yeah, then let's just stick to that. User ID 1000 for the owner. So then my next question is, the other tickets that you updated just now, were those already closed or are those still needing to get checked out? Is there anything else? Yeah. I think your context window might be getting kind of full, dude. I think we might be getting towards that point where we need to... Have a Fable model double check your recommendation right now, but I think we're about to close you right now. But I think we're about to close your context window because I think you might be getting too saturated. You're probably ginormous right now. Ginormous right now, yeah. So let's close this off first. After we have the Fable model check everything out, and then we're going to clear the context window. No, 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 no. I was asking you to for it to check your most recent recommendation. That was it. Oh God. You're kind of proving my point that your context window is starting to get kind of saturated. Kill it and re-narrow and run the narrow scope, please. Oh God, dude. So then let's go ahead and do the change you recommended for the 3 ticket change that you were talking about. Did it already do that? And I think we can call 8 confirmed. All right, let's continue walking the loop ledger for the new feature. We were on question 9. Let's continue. God damn it, we have to approach all of these fucking... Alright, fine. Gold. Let's go over all the flags one by one. Multiple choice recommended. Let's do less words for the fucking explanations, dude. I'm just not. I'm like 5 hours in. I'm starting to run a little thin here. All right. Well. Oh yeah. This is the JSON thing. Yeah, B. Ah, okay. Let's do B. I also just realized that you shouldn't probably. Is there a guard for not deleting the device you're currently working from? If you're an admin? Because an administrator could accidentally delete their own device. I just realized that that's potentially a gap, or there might be a ticket for that already, but in relation to the user ID 1000 owner. I think we need something similar for any administrator that has the ability to delete. There's a gap item in there that revolves around that, I believe. Or rather, the ability to delete users and devices. There should be a gap item for that. I think that this can be amended to that. All right, let's see. Flag 2 locked. All right, B, mirror guard your gap. Right. Exactly. So gap 2, all like honestly, I think it's a different gap. Do you know what I mean? I think it's actually a different gap. It's revolving around the like a secondary admin, like let's call like owner and admin, right? So those are two different layers. Like, well, secondary admin, owner and secondary admin. So this would fall within secondary admin capabilities. They cannot delete devices. I think that should be a thing. In terms of like when we're deciding what kind of permissions a secondary admin has. Again, no, I guess this is an amendment to gap 2. I guess now this is becoming more of like a secondary admin capabilities kind of gap that we're creating for gap 2 instead now. What do you think about that? Now, Jesus. Exactly, and then the reasoning would be A, essentially. No, fuck. Because sometimes an administrator might need to delete some other devices. They just can't delete their own. I think that will actually be the thing. Yeah. And then the reasoning is option A. My bad. Because there might be a case where like the admin might need to delete a device. But they just can't leave a user with no device. and then the user can delete their own devices besides the one they are currently on. Or is that, am I opening up a pickle jar here? And then should I have it centralized in a single user like the owner to basically be able to add or remove devices? And then what if like a user or an admin breaks their device or loses it and needs to update it? That's another gap. Then they would need to update the device that the user has. And the only way to do that would be through the owner doing that. So once again, that begs the question: should the owner be the one? And then when they add a new device, there should be like a question being like, would you like to delete the other secondary device, or would you like to keep that device as well? So those would be the questions there too. That's true. A local only user is a user with 0 devices. That is true. All right, perfect. A. Yeah, because also the user, like the owner, can basically. Yeah, that's what it was. They can use the local address to basically log in, delete their old device, add their new device, and then the ability to add devices in general, not just create. That's what I'm talking about. That new gap though would be the ability to add devices. Did you gather that from my last? Yes. So gap 5 would be that, essentially. You're right, I did have the fucking local user. I'm trying to think. I'm sorry. Is this in reference to a what's flag 3 in reference to? You just said ticket says every device on dock built every device attributed to a user row. That tells me nothing. Builds its list from users table. Why wouldn't it just use the API? So why wouldn't it just use the API? Well, I mean, WD underscore users essentially does the same thing, doesn't it? Yeah, but then basically what it's doing is instead of it going 2 layers of API, it's just going to the one. The WD users is the collection of the proxy API from the server. No, but what I'm saying is anything that exists there is probably set up through head scale for a tail scale node. So anything that would exist on there would, if it had a head scale node and it was set up as one, a tail scale node and it was set up as one already, then it would be a 1-for-1 test of that without going to the server. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Basically, in the sense of like checking, let's say if like a tail scale node had already been claimed, and then if the user hadn't been claimed already. Like those kinds of instances. Where you actually do no, but then that the database updates. Oh no, it doesn't. It always checks. Fuck. I see you. What was the original recommended one again? Well, not. Which is the recommended one? B. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. B is the first one. Okay. That was the one that I was leaning towards anyway. Run it. New flag. Oh my god. Okay, I was looking at that as if... Okay. The panel is invisible to any local user. Not admin tier. The current shape is gonna be that any non-users can, non-owners cannot open the user manager tab, but in the future there will be. That's the thing. That's because they should be able to. Nope. Be admin capabilities for that, like in terms of access to that. And then there's the 2 tiers of access, which is going to be basically owner and then secondary admin. So that would be like the new secondary admin access. But normal users, yeah, they cannot actually enter that at all. All right, number 5, flag 5, Steel Pros. This literally tells me nothing. What is this? I see. So basically it's comments in the code base that are no longer accurate? Hey. Alright, so I guess then item 9 is closed. I see. So the next planning session would read for flags 1, 2, 3, 5, correct? And it would ignore everything else? Right. But it wouldn't come up with a whole new plan for the same exact ticket if it already finished it, right? Like the other parts? Let's do that, and let's also add to the workflow that's walking the current stuff, that if we ever have anything like that, to add that line as well to anytime we want to update a ticket. Are there any other tickets within this loop ledger that we've already covered before this item that would need that line as well? Actually have a Fable model update the workflow for walking the loop ledger, or the questionnaire, or whatever, whichever one it is. I forget which one it was. We have so many subdivisions of work of different workers now that I can't even fucking remember. All right, it's having a separate model do that real quick. Did the Fable model think that it needs it? Any gaps, have it find the gaps and then have it update the gaps too, please. Thank you. But Ingester, But with ingester, there shouldn't even be any. Hold on. Add this to the context of the Fable model. Yes to the question to have it check it out, but also give us the like the context that ingester occurs before there are any tickets. Ingester only runs one time. After that, it's literally just tickets. Sure. Question: does that fold need a marker? Wait, what are you talking about for the question you're asking here? This is in relation to a bug sweep, like for it to be amended by a bug sweep? Like a nightly one? Is that what the Fable model recommended? I'm starting to run a little low on energy, to be honest, dude. I'm like 10 questions in 6 hours, dude. That's nuts. All right, so 10 still remains open then? Or wait, no, is this a new one? We just finished 9. Or did we just finish 10? Wait, why does the smoke test have 10 out of 12? Is this what we were just solving for? I lost track, dude. Oh my god. Okay. So now the next build loop would fix that. Okay, cool. Let me just step away for a split second, dude. Run the next one. I'm gonna step away for a split second. I gotta get up. Alright, be back. almost at 6 hours. Let's go over the flags as questions, multiple choice, recommended as well, please. Thank you. Oh, wait a second. There's no flags? Are you just asking me questions for the sake of asking me? What? Yes, let's take it as complete. So there were no flags. So essentially the flags that you put here, the things here, were these from you or are these from the ledger? Okay. Let's address each one of these then with multiple choice recommended, please. Thank you. One at a time. So for this one, this is like in relation to smoke tests breaking because now... So for this one, this is in relation to like smoke tests breaking because we added stuff. Or there was stuff that was added after this smoke test existed. The smoke test is not... if it needs it for the thing that is added, that makes sense, then it should be added then, but not added just because we're trying to compensate for something else existing. It's testing what it built. If what it's trying to test for is outside of the scope of the actual task, then, or like the code that it was written, like it's not testing its code that it wrote, it's testing an entire system, and that's not the point of the smoke test. That's why it's a smoke test. It's for the actual code that was written. it's I don't understand this about fences, but basically what I'm trying to say is if there is code that is written and it's reusing another smoke test and it needs to add to that smoke test, go for it. But if it like for example in this instance, you're talking about code that was written and then a system that was added afterwards now trying to compensate the smoke test for that system. That makes no sense because the test isn't for the code that was written in another ticket. It's for the code that was written in that ticket that it tested for. Exactly. And then if a smoke test could be reused by or needs to be used by another ticket or needs to add something to that ticket to test the full system in relation to that, then that makes sense. But it should never be trying to compensate for something that was made like after the ticket was already addressed and tested for. I don't understand what the whole point of that is. Eventually we'll do like a full system test.
Hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
What are you talking about? Why would it need a new fence? If the ticket is closed, it's closed. That's the whole point of this system. That's the whole point of it. Why would we go back to open it up to make a new smoke test? That makes no fucking sense. No, you're just agreeing with me. Wait. So if it's red, that means it didn't pass, so it shouldn't have been closed. Then why are you telling me it's red? Then why are you telling me 669 is red? You're talking about 669. Why are you bringing up 668? Then what the fuck? Then why were you proposing opening the other? Have a Fable model check everything you just did just now in this last like chunk of shit, like since updating the rules, because I need to make sure that you're not fucking hallucinating, because I don't understand why you're bringing up 668 or 669 or reopening either one of those. It makes no fucking sense. Oh my god, dude, I'm at my wit's end. You literally fucking did. Oh, wait, you didn't. My bad. Technically, you fucking didn't. Alright, you're right. You technically did not. I don't understand why it needs to file that thing for J10. Why does it need that? Then why were you saying there should never be a ticket that's being built just to pass a fucking smoke test or create a smoke test? That we need to file a ticket for J10. No, we're gonna let the fucking model figure it out. Like, give it my context for the fucking goal that I was going for. What did you send in my own words? Summarize it. Perfect. Solid. We'll wait for that to come back. God fucking. have the Fable model fix those. Trying to keep the context window clear for this thing. Wait a second. Did it start over? Audit the smoke scope rulings edits. Alright, so it's checking its work. So, in relation to J10, I never said anything. Oh my god. I never said anything in relation to deleting tests. I'm only talking about not compensating tests for future stuff within tickets for other tickets repository changes. The tickets repository changes should address that itself. That's what I'm getting at. So it's like, if it needs to update a test, it does it its fucking self at the ticket, within the scope of the ticket. It updates the test for the scope of the ticket, not a previous ticket updating for another ticket that was done after it. That makes no fucking sense. How many times do I have to explain this? This is not that hard. Good fucking God. Don't do that. Don't fucking... No. To escalate to delete. I never once said or spoke that word. God fucking damn it, dude. make sure that it doesn't say that. Fuck. If it needs to update a smoke test, it updates a smoke test in relation to the context of the code that it's updating. That's it. That's all I said. What are you talking about? If it goes to an earlier tickets test, it's fine to update it. What I'm trying to say is that if it's using if it's going to change its test for the ticket that was done after that ticket was done, that makes no fucking sense. Oh. Basically, that it was trying to compensate a scope test for something that was a smoke test. Oh my god. Smoke test for something that was outside of its scope. That's the fucking problem. I literally spent 15 minutes just explaining the same fucking thing over and over again. And then it's like, oh, I'm gonna assume all this other bullshit you didn't even fucking say. That's so fucking annoying. You're not touching jack shit. You're patching it over to the Fable model for it to check it and then for it to do the changes. But it has that it can update another smoke test if it falls within its scope, correct? Like, in the sense that even though it can test for other things in general, it falls within the scope of the smoke test. Does that make sense? So, like, let's say if there is a smoke test that was being used for, let's say, like, deleting an API key. There's 3 different versions of that, right? Well, technically 4. Then one of them wrote one, the second one wrote the other one, and it added to the first one. The third one wrote to the same one that had the first and second one, and it added it, and it could just run the same test. Does that make sense? Does it currently work like that? Because that's what I was understanding that our current problem was. That it was trying to update smoke tests for other tickets outside of its scope that were done afterwards, after the initial smoke test was made. Yes, please. It's... I have a feeling that how you were describing the fucking problem made it sound like it, because you tend to fucking use words that don't accurately describe what the actual problem is. And it's really annoying. It's so annoying because I end up chasing nothing. It's like, it's one thing if I'm actually trying to fix a problem. It's a whole other thing when I'm just literally chasing a fucking ghost and it's like literally nothing. And then I end up having to undo all this shit. All right, I'm just gonna close the day off. Git push. All right, I'm gonna close the day off. Git push, but we're not gonna do the ingestion. How many more items are left to run? I think we should be at like 14 done technically, even though it's at 11 right now. Either like 13 or 14 done. $12 done, 29 left. Fuck. Fuck. 2 more days at least. What was the tickets that needed to get done that haven't gotten planned yet? There's some that were like not, that they were got pushed. Like I think it's jobs 68 and 69 or something like that. Actually, let's just go ahead and call it a day. It's 7:21 p.m. Let's just call it a fucking day. I'm done. I'm tired. End of day, and we're not gonna do a git push. We're gonna do a git push of the workday context, but not the, it shouldn't, just double check before we do this. If I did a git push all, would it ingest all the stuff that we've done? Like in relation to the new repository code changes and all that sort of stuff? Wait, what are you talking about in terms of the deletions? Why would I be worried about that? Fucking, this is what I'm talking about, dude. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So if I did no ingestion, and then after I finished running the tickets, like walking all the changes on the loop ledger, and then if I did a full ingestion of everything that was done in the loop ledger, when I did the full git push of everything, would it then can I do a git push all and then ingest only what is inside of the code writer context for the new feature? The only things in there should be the tickets that we walked and closed today. So double check this. No, we're not gonna have Fable do that. That's overkill for Fable. We're gonna do it with a different model, another Opus model. But here's what we're gonna. Oh, for fuck's sake. So if I did a git push all for end of day, right? Would it push literally everything, or would it push only the things that we changed? And then here's another question: if I did a git push all and only ingest like what's in within the context window, right? Would it just ingest only the things that's in the context window? And then if I asked it once we did a later git push all to ingest what's within that context window again for CodeWriter for new features, would it then ingest that stuff even though it was already git pushed? Too many words. Too many words. Too many words. Just give me my responses. Oh my god, dude, I'm just drained. I'm drained from fucking reading and answering questions all fucking day. I do not enjoy doing this.
What the did you just say?
He is a super.
So I literally can't git push all until so it would be the better option would basically be end of day git push all, no ingestion now, and then after that, or besides what's currently and don't git push or ingest or fucking delete the CodeWriter context. It's too many things to fucking remember and be on top of. Like, there has to be a cleaner approach for this shit so I can like end and not need to finish every single question and still be able to ingest this shit. That's my fucking problem. So it'd be the cleaner approach would basically be don't ingest anything, do a git push all, end of day, and then once I do finish walking the questions, step 8 would then I would then be like ingest the CodeWriter. You see, that's just like so much shit to be on top of. It's like I need this to be more in line for it to just be able to be like I can just ingest just the shit that's finished up to it right now, and then after that, the next time I finish the next set of questions, to just be able to ingest that shit and like not need to wait and stay on top of it, being like oh, I need to only be able to ingest this when I fucking finish it, and it's like ever expanding. So it wouldn't try to ingest like all, but you just told me that everything's based on the git push, on the git diff. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, wait a minute. So it would only ever, as it currently is, verify this with a fucking another model. It would only ever ingest what is within the code writer context. Or what was done in the workday log, the workday context. So basically, as it currently stands, if there was no diff, it wouldn't be able to ingest properly. Fuck. Because then it could see what changed, and it ties the fucking context to the changes. Oh, motherfucker. So then how does changing those 4 paths fix that? Because that makes no sense. I need that precision though. That's a fucking problem. I think I solved for it though. I think what I need to do instead is yeah. So basically I would need to update every single ticket with the commit date, so then it knows the diff that it's referring to. Would that... It's just, I feel like it should not be ingesting or even get pushing. I think I need to do smaller chunks, like per day. Like no more than 10 tickets per day essentially. Because otherwise it's like I need to be answering all these fucking questions and there's always flags. So then I ended up fucking spending like 7 hours answering 10 questions. And that's inefficient as shit because we have 40 here. And I'm not gonna spend 4 days answering questions and I'm gonna lose a week of my fucking context window. And then it's like, then it's a double-edged sword because then if I start adding more shit, then that just adds more shit for me to need to answer questions for. So it's like, fuck. What are you talking about? The SHA goes on the list. What list? On the loop ledger? Or on the context window? For the code writer? So then we don't ingest until we finish walking the files, and then it has the commit date, so then, or the SHA, I don't even know what the fuck that is, for it to then be able to find the diff and then do the full ingestion, essentially. Run this by a Fable model. The full concept, everything that we were just talking about in terms of this. See if it has any other ideas or anything else it needs to fix. But what I think we should do is...
Hi, I'm a fucking clown. And guess what? No one fucking cares what you're doing with your life.
The gets ID for the commit. Okay, that makes sense. Basically, after, how about this? How about this? I got it. I solved for it. I got it. I fucking got it. I fucking got it. I fucking got it. Oh my god. This is so fucking satisfying. Okay. After it finishes doing a code writer session, it should do a git push. Just a git push and gather the SHA identification number and then add it to the git for the git push context window for the changes. So then you can keep git pushing, and then you could just git push all, and it doesn't even matter because it's like whatever is within the context window you can just ingest, and it'll refer to the nah shit, because then you would have to wait until you finish doing the full ingestion. I mean, to the finish doing the full loop ledger walk. Right. So then you wouldn't ingest until you finish the loop ledger walk, and then you do the git push all, and then it would do the ingestion when it had the green light at the top of the, because it shouldn't be ingesting the code writer git push context after it finishes until walking the full loop ledger, right? I think if it has shit, I think we need to do two separate contexts that were ingested in different times. For example, the planner one can always be ingested. It doesn't really matter because it's not, I mean, it's not even like, it's not even actually like, it's more for like the context of what is being git pushed, and also for the loop ledger context. And then the second one would be for code writer, basically. I think that makes sense. First, give me feedback on that. No, 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 no. Technically, yes. Technically, you're right. It's just that what I'm worried about is that now it also needs to search through the entire diff for the specific changes. Well, it has to do that anyway, doesn't it? If that's the case, then I agree with you. If that's not the case, then I mean, well, is that the case or is that not the case? That will make my decision for the change you'd make. But then how do you know what to ingest and what not to ingest? Because it has to ingest every single function. How does it know which function was updated and changed in relation to the ticket? I think the other thing that we should add to that would be upon the, like, once it finishes writing the ticket, it should write which functions it worked on, what, like, just like some sort of notes for what was done. Because then that would really tighten this up. I would feel much more comfortable about that. And in general, I would feel much more comfortable about it. Like the entirety of the ingestion process for the actual, because now we have the intent, we have what was changed for the ticket exactly. So then, and it verifies against the diff. I think there should be a file that exists. It no git ignore for it, right? Where basically it gathers all of the stuff that was actually updated. It like basically it holds the like all the lines that were updated from like the SHA diff, git push diff, and then it would basically mark off the stuff that, and so then that way it's like whatever's left over, like let's basically to verify that nothing would be left over, or is that overkill at that point? All right, cool. Run it. The full, so basically it should be checking for any git push updates, end of day updates, like basically any end of day or git push updates, whichever part of the stream it actually makes more sense in. And then like either like the markdown file for git push or the end of day part of the, for the like the markdown that has the end of day stuff on it, or I gotta make sure that this thing doesn't die on me. One time I told you like that, so that mentor I used to have, I told you about him. Basically he had his you know his legal plants out in California and stuff, like on his property. You know, you're allowed to have, I think it's like 6 plants, but he had this one dude working them and he was just like fucking rocking it, and or I think it was like per parcel or something like that. I'm gonna read that article later. It sounds really interesting. I started going over that. Interesting article. Curious about it. In the git push part of it, like, or the like markdown file, and basically making sure that it's, if I do a git push all, it ingests only, it's always ingesting the code writer stuff in relation to the loop ledger that it's working from. Now, where does that file live? I mean, where does the SHA live then, right? That's the question. And then and you're right, line numbers do shift as files change. That makes sense. So I think you're right there. But the other thing that we're looking for is the code writer updates at the end of the code writer workflow. Have it do the git push, gather it, right? But once again, where does that live? Because does that live in the loop ledger? And then when you do the git push code writer context, is that also, like, do you add the SHA that it's a part of next to each item? Or do you put it at the top? Because you're constantly ingesting. I think per item, it would make the most sense. Just to be on the safe side. I don't see, it's like, it's cheap and it doesn't, it's like, in terms of, it's computationally cheap. It's not like super terrible. And then also the split between the planner workflow context and the code writer context. And then I would need a plan for updating the current loop ledger code writer context and then splitting whatever code writer context has planner context in it for both files. And also, if it could grab the SHA for the previous set of code writer changes that occurred that fit in the general loop ledger. Most of those were done. You can actually reference the date in the code writer. Dispatch tasks. They should be in there still, so you can see generally when they occurred. Every single change in my repository as of late has been through that. So it's pretty safe to assume that you can correlate the SHAs in relation to the completion dates for the dispatch tasks. There should only be like 2 or 3 in total, including this one, maybe 4. No, I think maybe 2. Yeah, maybe 2. But yeah, run that by the Fable model and then have it subdivide any subagents that it needs to do for like whatever it needs to do for its workflow, whatever it thinks it's most efficient. I'm just done thinking today, dude. But in all honesty, this would solve for a lot of shit. this would solve for a lot of my problems currently, which is why I'm not doing git pushes right now. It's like, and that I'm gonna take the time to do this. Fuck it. What time is it? Is it 8? Fuck. I just thought of it. The planner doesn't actually need to split the context from the code writer because everything has its own SHA value in my proposal up above. Okay, we're gonna finish this. I want to finish this whole design and actually get it executed, and then get it. And then after we're done with that, we do the git push. You get what I'm saying? What I'm essentially trying to get rid of in relation to is literally the ingestion deferred. I want it to always be able to ingest, essentially, like, and for it to not be a problem. And I think step one is doing the commit through the actual fucking code writer, saving the SHA, and then being able to do ingestions only when they have the SHA tied to them. Well, or in relation to code writer. In relation to the workday context, it would do a commit of and then it would do the ingestion of the commit. If it was doing that, like repository changes generally are only going to occur in the actual workflow for CodeWriter from now on, though. Then that would honestly take off so much pressure, dude. Oh my god. And then ask me the rest of the questions. One by one, multiple choice, please, and with a recommended response as well, please. Thank you. Let's do this shit. Exactly what I want is A. Fine. Can you run my point through the Fable model to see what it says if it changes its thought? You said it never saw my point. Do you mean that in the sense that it literally never saw my point, or in the sense that it disagreed with me? Okay. Oh, wait. What does it mean when it says performance, though? Oh, fuck. It's going to give me like a... Yeah, that's a lot of lines. I mean, how much waste are we talking here? Like, roughly how many tokens? Ah. Not everyone's gonna be that big, though, to be completely honest. This was a really big build. But even then, if we do split it and then don't do the ingestion until after it, like at the very end, it's gonna end up doing like one massive ingestion versus like a bunch of little ones. Accuracy can get lost in the size of the job. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's go ahead. And also, I'm going to do a better job about splitting up the files, to be honest, like the actual like sizes of the feature builds and stuff. Like, we're going to be splitting that up a lot. In general, this was a really big build. There might be one or two more really big builds, but honestly, I'm going to end up splitting it beforehand, I think. Wait. Wait, what is this? Bullet points of the events, please. Only. Very, very short. Planned walk finishes, right context spent, pointer. No push happens yet. Feature writes run. It shouldn't do that. So remember, step 8 only occurs, like the deletion of the actual, you're talking about the loop ledger deletion? Where is the deletion happening? No, but it's not doing a git push all. It's a different type of push. It's just doing a normal git push at the end after it finishes doing the... It's not following the workflow. It's a different type of git push. It's a simple git push to push the code that was done. That's all that it's doing. It's not following any workflow like that. Literally all it's doing is git push all. That's it. No, and besides, isn't step 8 supposed to take place after the loop ledger walk? Then read what I said. Read what I said, dude. I said after it finishes writing code, it does a commit git push. That's it. I'm not saying to do workflows. I'm not saying to do anything. I said just push the repository changes. That's it. It's to gather that. Otherwise, and then it utilizes the SHA to then add it to the git push context as we walk it. That's the whole fucking point. I don't understand how you think, or how even the Fable model thinks that I meant to go to step 8. If the whole point is for it's supposed to exist as an in-between point between, like, at the end of the code writer loop and the start of the loop ledger walk.
View. Look at this view. This is the most insane view I've ever seen. I'm so grateful. This is insane. This started from classical music. This started from composing classical music. What the fuck? Guys, this house is now mine. I think I made it. I think it's full moon, bitch. Time for it.
What the fuck is happening with Opus? I was using Opus on purpose because I thought Sonnet was awful. Opus is just as bad right now. What the fuck is happening? It's supposed to be a commit and push. Because the whole point of that is so it's like it doesn't need to re-push it, so it doesn't trigger an ingestion of content of the repository. That's the whole fucking problem. How am I still restating the same fucking problem? Oh my god, dude. Alright, I'm gonna go over this fucking flow again because you're not getting it. The entire point of this is to be able to back up my fucking code and not need to ingest it. And then the ingestion happens after the tickets get closed on the loop ledger walk. How are you not understanding this? No, it's recorded. Oh my god. It's recorded in the loop ledger. Sure. That actually ended up, in all honesty, that actually is better. The SHA is recorded per item. SHA is recorded per item. Then you do the walk, and then it pushes the SHA after the tickets get okayed and closed into the code writer context, and then when you do the end of day, it does the git push and ingestion for those specific items. Does that fucking make sense? Literally, it says it there. What's the rest of the fucking questions? Does the Fable model understand the full flow? Or has it just been making a plan upon, like, on bullshit? Or is it you that's confused? That's what I'm asking you. You're asking me if I want to send it to... You're stating the Fable model built it. Run it by the Fable model again. Oh my fucking god, dude. Same deal for the questions. Just go ahead, one at a time. Oh my god, dude. Ah. Yes. A. Nice job. Generally, for the record, when I end day, it's gonna do a git push all anyway. So it is what it is there, but yeah. A. That's cleaner. Let's see. Sure, A. Awesome. Actually, I like that. Because then we know where... So then it would also do a commit for the... Once the planner is done, right? Nice. Nice. Planner relays. Is that overkill? So each dispatch relay boundary would basically do a git push Wait, oh, you're talking about... Okay, wait. So it would do a git push per ticket, essentially, and then also doing it per dispatch relay boundary? Or are we talking about doing a git push at the end of all of the tickets? Because I kind of like the idea of doing a git push per ticket. I think that would be cleaner. If that's what you're proposing, that's nice. Well, at least the Fable model, not you, because your context window is starting to get saturated, and I apologize for getting annoyed at you. Agreed. Per ticket is better. and then tying the SHA from each ticket. I think that would be fucking nice, because we are already gathering it so it goes into the loop ledger per item. I like it. And then that would honestly make the dispatch relay boundary per step irrelevant, essentially.
I don't wanna become the storekeep king. Tenable, but I stand feet clean.
Alright, so basically the commits would become timestamps for the actual tasks. So then I could get a sense of the time that things got done at. I think that's kind of cool. For the relay boundary demotion, I kind of like that. Okay.
to my right, but I'll still feel here. Reading on a map, like I just steering. Tell me now, in case I don't try.
Ah, yeah, the git log would basically become dominated. You're right. 37 commits per run. Let's do a rule on that. Because, well, I mean, isn't the actual commit supposed to only occur in relation to the actual file that was changed? So that should be the scope per, like, in relation to the stuff that was actually worked on. In addition to the, I mean, I think, does the relay boundary make it add that much more? Because then it's like, it's 37 times 2 then commits, you know what I mean? That's just way too many, and then that just doubles that problem on top of it, doesn't it? Run that by the Fable model, have it please consider, and then
Tell me now, in case I've been changed.
I'm talking about the dispatch relay. Ask Fable because you said this. God damn it, I should be doing this with the Fable model directly. Now here's the confusing part. You're saying it's you, but you're also saying that the Fable model asked this. Yeah, then it would also need that. I would also authorize that edit, yeah. But now here, where are we landing with that, with the relay thing? What exactly is the relay thing for dispatch that you're talking about? I wish I was just fucking working with the goddamn AI, with the fucking Fable model myself. I know what it is, but what I'm asking is why would I need a commit per dispatch relay if I'm doing it within the workflow? Per ticket completion. That's why I'm asking, wouldn't it double it? Okay, so I was right there. Okay, now let's continue to the next fucking question. God damn it. It compares the item's commit against its symbol manifest. Reports hunks. No item claims. So basically, if it has the, now here's the thing, this is before I had added the per item git push and commit, or commit and push, whatever the fuck. So I think the symbol manifest becomes less important because it's already stated in the push. Does that make sense? Run that by the Fable model. Yeah, so the ones that ship the PI files there, those are from the current loop ledger. General. Yep, that's the one with the stranded ingest files. So that's the one that currently exists as codewriter.md global context. That one is the one that we're currently going to be ignoring. But that's the thing that I'm getting at is I want to update the stuff that's in there as well with the current context so I can the new rules, so then I can ingest all of that that's currently inside of the codewriter.md push context on top of the new feature push context for codewriter.md for this new feature one. Does that make sense? Tonight's commit is only going to be relevant to the multi-user system specifically. Does that make sense? We're going to do one like the old school system, so basically all of them are going to get the same SHA file. Ayuda. Yo tenía una pregunta. Rápidamente. ¿Es legal para que personas estén haciendo trabajo a esta hora de la noche en la calle o digamos que estén trabajando básicamente encima de la calle? Están sacando pollos y haciendo un montón de bulla. José Ignacio Alfaro. Sí. Blanco. 8634-0280. Estoy en San Roque. Aquí estoy como 500 metros norte de la iglesia católica de San Roque. Bueno, 500, mucho como 300 ahí. Naranjo, Anajuela. Sí. Es un camión, están en la calle, digamos, básicamente en la calle, pero hacen mucha bulla y lo hacen una vez cada 3 meses. Y yo también creo que esta zona legalmente no se puede tener, digamos, operaciones que son como industriales para diferentes como polleras industriales. Sí, un montón de pollos. Y esta zona no está soñada para tener negocios que son para como trabajos industriales de esa escala. Y lo están haciendo por ya años, y ya muchos años, digamos, ellos tienen esa granja ahí. Son varios, como 4, 5, 6 y por ahí a veces, dependiendo de cuánta gente están trabajando.
Ok, pero en el lugar hay una pollera.
Sí, es una pollera, pero yo creo que esta pollera no es legal, porque la zona en cual ellos están trabajando, técnicamente, esta zona no está hecha para tener, digamos, agricultura o ningún tipo de pollera de ese tipo de... Déjame 2 segundos. Es que ellos pasan toda la noche haciendo esto. Entonces ellos se vienen con otro camión y después se van y después vienen con otro camión y después se van. Son varios pollos. Son varios camiones, digo. Yo sé que hasta ahora no se puede, las leyes de, digamos, por el, no me acuerdo el nombre de la ordenancia de sonido, pero yo sé que por la, el departamento. Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí, también es el departamento de salud. Sí, yo creo que sí. Yo creo que eso será mejor, entonces eso es lo que vamos a hacer. Pero yo creo que la ordenancia dice, la gente no puede estar trabajando haciendo mucha bulla hasta ahora, ¿verdad? Hasta las 10 de la noche. Okay. Porque es muy estricto. Yo leí la ordenancia también recientemente, es basado en decibeles, un nivel de decibeles muy, muy específico, dependiendo de la zona. Y esta zona no es una zona para agricultura industrial. Y entonces, por eso es que yo creo que cabiera antes de las 10 de la noche. También, en general, las horas de silencio comienzan mucho antes de eso. Sí. El juzgado contravencional, a ver. Ok. Muchísimas gracias. Lo aprecio mucho. Muchísimas gracias, Mae. Bueno, tenga una feliz noche.
Igual para hacer.
These people are so fucking loud every single 3 months. They have an illegal chicken farm. Every item gets the same SHA file. SHA file. For the corresponding one. So code writer gets run 51. I mean, yeah, so it's only 2 of them, I guess. I think there was one more that was done previous to that, but I deleted the loop ledger, So it's irrelevant now, basically, which is kind of annoying. There's one other commit that was done with a bunch of changes. I'm not sure if that old loop ledger still exists. It might have existed within... Oh wait, it's in git ignore, isn't it? I think the loop ledger is git ignore potentially. Hopefully not. If not, then you can correlate those two. And there's currently closed tickets. All right. But we'll do that afterwards. Right now, let's focus on these two. Yeah, start executing it. The rule changes. Have it subdivide the workflow however it feels what it needs to with the subagents, any subagents that it needs, whatever it needs to do. Yes. Authorizing it again. Cool that it launched a security warning, but I definitely fired that. Now, can you have the Fable model update Claude code and then launch subagents to double check the work for any gaps? Weird stuff. Major weird stuff. If it finds any small weird stuff, green light for the updates. Major weird stuff, like super major weird stuff, run by me. Major weird stuff, feel free to just execute as well. I trust it at this point for that. Yes. I like the explicit no retry rule because otherwise it's going to keep retrying to send potentially huge jobs over and over again. Alright, we're almost done. I specifically asked for that actually. So, did you rate it in for this multi-user system? Ingest deferred, as you called it. So for the loop ledger, all of the things that currently exist there that actually have code that wrote should have the new SHA inside of each item. Does the workflow do that currently? Then the items that are closed, when you close the items as you're walking the loop ledger, it's supposed to add the SHA number for each commit push. Is that correct? And so basically, did it update the git push context? So I'm not looking to push everything in loop ledger. I'm looking to push everything in git push context, the git push context, which is for the general one and the multi-user one, multi-user system one, which should only have the plan one, like the plan stuff currently, potentially. Maybe, I don't think it might anymore. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But I'm more concerned about is the closed tickets, and only specifically the closed tickets, not every ticket. Does that make sense? That was accomplished. It's supposed to only update them as we walk and close tickets. When you say ship now, what are you talking about briefly? Very short. Wrong. Wrong. So what I'm looking to do, once again, is update the files that I'm looking to actually do the git push for so I can do it. Once again, I'm going to describe it to you, and this is what I need. I'm not making this as a recommendation or a suggestion. I'm asking for this. Do all of the files, items inside of the loop ledger currently have the SHA for the push commit in relation to the job that was done. If not, we need to do a push commit and then assign that commit SHA to each item. Then we need to do the same thing for the git push context of each item that was closed. Are the current items inside of that one for the multi-user system only the tickets that were closed, or do they have the planner items as well? If they have the planner items, those are irrelevant. Basically, it's not really that important. It's mostly in relation to the git push for the code writer items, specifically the ones that have been greenlit and passed and closed for tickets. Then the same exact thing for the current loop ledger that has items that were closed. Then for the current loop ledger, we need to figure this out, because there are currently tickets that are closed that have not been ingested. And we need to re-add those to the git push context wrong. For the current loop ledger, for the general one, right? We need to add the items SHA value to each item in there that is completed and written code, has written code for it. Then the items inside of the git push context, same exact fucking shit. We need to add that SHA value so then we can do the ingestion. So then I can do a end of day git push everything, right? And then it'll do the ingestion correctly for each item that was closed. Am I being fucking clear enough? So, once a fucking again, we're going to do a git push outside of the current workflow to get the commit value. How the fuck are we going to do a commit and push without, and to do the ingestion without actually doing the commit? So we're simulating the fucking end of the goddamn code writer workflow, so as if it did the git push for all of them in one shot instead of doing it item per item. Does that fucking make sense? run my exact recommendation and approach by a Fable model and have it verify. And have it bring you back a recommended workflow prompt. We're going to use a different context window to actually handle this. Alright, last thing. Fucking finally. Handoff prompt sent. So basically, if I open up a new I just realized that the commit data from the fucking, well, the diff is all generalized, so it's fine. Okay. I just realized something. When I change things after, like per ticket, if I do it per ticket for the commit git push, for the commit push, the line numbers are going to be different every time, aren't they? I'm sorry, continue. I was basically worried about, like, for example, it says the diff is in lines 305 through 310, let's say. And then there's items that another ticket updates something that happens in line 210 through 220, and it adds another 10 lines there. Then technically 305 becomes 315. How would it be able to use that SHA to be able to determine SHA what the difference is if it no longer is accurate to the repository when it checks it? Oh, okay. Yeah, check it. And then have it put together the the prompt for end of day, all of the tasks that I needed to do, the things that I just verified it for it to do. Have it put together a full prompt with everything to end day, please, after it's done checking that part and verifying that part. I'm just so fucking tired, dude. I don't. I used 11% of my weekly usage today. Good God. Oh yeah, one last thing. I wanted to basically do... No, it doesn't matter. shit. So if I was right, that means the current commit SHA is fucking useless for the general loop ledger because it's changed so much since then. Then for those particular files, maybe we just do full-blown re-ingests for each one of those files. Fuck, dude. Such a pain in the ass. Do we just not ingest the general one tonight? I think that would be the best approach, to be honest. Let's make a parked dispatch workflow for that. For the general ingest. And then let's make another of the general loop ledger, and then let's just do the full ingestion end of day workflow for the multi-user feature changes. Would that make sense? I think that would be the safest approach. Run that by the Fable model, please. god, dude, this is so fucking annoying. No, we're not removing the code writer. Wait, 62 was the old one, wasn't it? That's for the original, the general loop ledger, right? Leave the rows. But it's not even understanding what I'm saying. How is it not understanding what I'm saying? I'm saying we're parking. How did it get to remove the rows when I'm saying that we're parking it for another day? Just basically as like a to-do item that I need to eventually do. I said to park the workflow that we're going to be skipping it tonight. For the fucking general loop ledger, how is it not understanding this? Alright, then we gotta move that fucking loop ledger or the context and then add it to my to-do list to basically move it back for tomorrow. We have to move it somewhere else so it does not ingest that. Christ. Give me the full context of what we're at right now. I'm gonna open up my own Fable session and just literally gonna start doing it from there because fuck this, dude. Fuck doing it like this. Just give me the full context of where we're at right now. Do not include workflow shit, Claude.md shit, nothing like that. It's working within the same ecosystem. I've been done for 2 hours, dude. I just... You know what I will say, though? Is I'm fucking happy that my whatchamacallit's been okay. This is where we're at. I'm trying to just do a git push for the end of day. I'm just trying to figure out if it's gonna break it if I do a git push all and end of day. Is it going to break my is my general loop ledger going to break? That's what I want to know. This is general context. This is not the actual goals. Just so you know what's happening. just want this to be over already. But here's the thing, it has the SHA, right? So the problem is with the current locations of the files and of the lines and everything. Is it going to still be able to find them? There was a gap that it was looking at, but I don't even know if it actually did anything with that or not. Basically, if things move down when they get updated. So like the files that were changed, some of them got changed since the SHA of the old push. Does that make sense? Basically the locations are no longer existent for those particular files that got updated since then. I think they're trying to make the fucking Opus models dumber to get everybody working on the fucking Fable models. Like, they've gotten significantly dumber. You see, the fucking Opus model kept telling me that I was right, that it was fucked up, that it was... Did the workflow actually get changed, or was it just considering it? This is specifically in relation... I just want to fucking go to bed, dude. I'm just so tired already. Fuck. Fuck. So did they actually need to get changed? In relation, so there are rules that got changed. Just to be clear here, I'm so fucking tired at this point. I'm like 9 hours into my fucking day and I just want to be done with it, but I need to finish this, so don't make me stop here. What I'm trying to say is that there was stuff that was changed already. Is this in relation specifically to the commit order for SHA, in the sense of like updating things from older to newer or some shit? It had something to do with that. Is it actually necessary? So here's the thing, if that's the case, then the SHA system that I currently have for the snapshot is not actually functional. It's one or the other. They can't be both right. Okay. Right. So then the ordering doesn't actually matter because it overrides it. No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my god, you're just as bad. What I'm saying is the ordering doesn't matter if it's a snapshot of what changed. It doesn't matter where it is. All that matters is what it is. And then you find the what, essentially. Putting it in order is an extra step that is unnecessary then. Am I right or wrong? So that means that I can do the git push. Just verify this again, please, for the love of God, that if I can do the end of day git push and I can do the git push all, it'll push the context from the code writer that currently exists for both the general loop ledger and the code writer, and it'll ingest only those tickets. So the oldest step, so the verdict that you have there, the oldest step is unnecessary. It's an extra instruction that's not a requirement. So keeping it or not keeping it doesn't really matter, but I would rather not distort. I'd rather have minimal changes. So I would rather not have those rules. But here's the thing, now we gotta verify that they actually got changed. Like all of the ones that actually got changed are actually the ones that got changed, and that they're the only ones. verify again, please, with as many subagents as you need per file. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, not you, but I think I should do it through somewhere else. What is the exact prompt I should use for this? It's within this ecosystem, so don't need to include any of the Claude.md stuff or anything of the workflows. I'm so fucking tired, dude. So here's the thing though, it needs to do the git push, the commit first, so then it can assign the SHA to the current feature stuff. The feature, I'm so fucking tired of talking about this. Oh my god, dude, I've been talking about just this fucking part for like 2 hours. It needs to do the commit and push first before it does the actual ingestion, like separately. So then that way there's an SHA value that is assignable to the fucking loop ledger. And this is like the 10th time I'm fucking describing this. I'm so fucking tired of this. So it's assignable to the loop ledger and the git push context for the new feature, for the multi-user feature. I'm so fucking tired, dude. That's what I get for not. This is a new workflow. It's trying to change workflows as I'm working. Dumbest fucking thing ever. What I actually needed was to be able to do this shit. Does all of this make sense to you, or am I fucking just delirious from just working like 10 hours? By the way, the time for end of day is 10:42 p.m. Fuck. I'm going to fucking bed, dude. Alright, that's it for the day. Nighttime. It is fucking nighttime. It is the end of the day, fucking finally, dude. After all that bullshit. Hopefully this will be worth it. I think that this workflow is actually worth it. Like, legitimately, I think it is. Dude, I am tired. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired. I wanted to be done 6 hours ago. I just kept doing shit. 4 hours ago. It took me 6 hours to do fucking 12 questions. That's some bullshit. I need to speed up on that. But I'm catching real stuff that needs to get done. So that's a real thing. So I gotta stay on top of that. I can't fucking bullshit this. I'm not moving at the pace that I want to be moving at, but I'm fucking moving. You know what? I used up a solid chunk of tokens today. Worth it. I'm gonna leave this workflow working overnight. Oh my god, dude, I just realized something else. Fuck it. I'm not gonna add more to this fucking shit pile right now. So I'm gonna finish the questionnaire. I decided I'm gonna finish the questionnaire before actually moving forward with any more tickets or shit like that. So that's what I'm gonna do. That fucking chicken truck finally left. Now is their cleanup time. It's an illegal chicken farm. It pisses me off so much. They make so much noise during the night, and they could be working during the day, but it's an illegal chicken farm, so everybody else has to put up with their bullshit, which is fucking insane. Very annoying. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. One day this is not going to be my reality. We're not going to be stuck across the fucking road from an illegal chicken farm that breeds a fuck ton of flies. Like, so many flies. Like, I'm talking about, like, I kill them, like, in my parents' house, like, sometimes, like, 50 at a time. Literally 50 at a time. It's very frustrating. And then the smells and all the other shit, and it's like, and then the resource use. That's the part that pisses me off the most, is the fucking resource use. Because not only are they so inconsiderate on a health level, on like sanitation level, on a pollution level, on a noise level, but on top of all of that shit, they are draining the grid of electricity, and they're draining the water from the well that is not made for an industrial sized operation. And that's the shit that pisses me the fuck off. That part. And it's like this little old lady, like there's also an illegal pig farm here, and this little old lady literally has cancer, going through chemotherapy, so she's nauseous as shit, and her entire bedroom smells of pig shit because the dude next door needs to make money illegally in a place that's not zoned for that shit. It pisses me off so bad, dude. Like, so ridiculously bad. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I hope you have a lovely night. Thanks for joining me. If you joined me, if you didn't, it's okay. I need for this stuff to change for my parents. I need to fucking do something. We're gonna have to sue those fucking people and get them, not even sue them, I just have to report them literally, because it's an illegal operation. They're not paying taxes. On top of that, they're doing tax fraud. So it's like literally, like, I found all of the laws they're breaking. I have like a whole list of them. I just have to run them by a lawyer. It's just annoying. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I hope you have a lovely night. Thanks for joining.